Yo, what's up, guys? I'll try non-aspect. It might be better now, to be honest. It also gives bonus protections, which would be nice. I would like that. That sounds great.
Mordred.
Dude, someone's calling me. I guess I'll just fucking check what it is. Fucking hell. Like, at this point, it's become a fucking meme. I just started my stream, bro. No one ever calls me when I don't stream. But no. The second that button gets pressed, call him quick. He started streaming. It's so weird, man. Fuck, it's so cold. No, dude, I'm not against Afro, am I? Wow. That's something. That's gonna be pretty boring, probably. Actually, no, it's probably actually, never mind. I guess these Tsukuyomi could buy, like, either solo or mid. Because I know Green Zombie's also a solo player. I guess that I'm just gonna hope that it is not an Afro, because fucking hell, I don't want to deal with it. Thank God. I'm safe.
By all means necessary.
I'm safe. So, wait, let me see here. How much protection do I get out of this then? A lot of attack speed, and... Dude, the protection you get is not much. Like... That's... really not a lot of protection.
Diaor.
A not unwelcome sight.
Hi.
Attack speed per stack.
Say it 3 times for the 3 time. Vamos! Vamos! Vamos!
Suppose there is a protection bonus on the damage in the one, but I guess that's a damage bonus, right? Not a protection bonus. It's just a bonus in terms of scaling.
Minions have spawned.
I might just try a Giga Tank Mordred build. Like, what's it called? Like, Prophetic Cloak Verse type thing.
You are no match.
Oh, he went Sunder. It's gonna be a tanky, potential tanky Tsukuyomi. gonna be weird for me not to have a like multiple or like a dash reset. That's only the aspect though, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. He's gonna get the probably the wave clear here until I hit level 3. Cannot really fight until then. And I need to wake the fuck up. I'm still pretty tired. Give me level 3! That really sucks. I feel like I'm just doing less damage. Is that just me? Maybe it's just because his warriors. That would explain it. Definitely feel like I'm just doing less damage.
Your left tower is under attack.
Might also have been the level difference, I suppose. I think he was level 4 when we fought.
We can probably try to kill him here if you want.
He's 5.
Enemy missing middle.
Just under this.
True.
Completed.
We should do the rocks though if we can.
Enemy spotted.
They're on it. 2 of them. Afro and Ali.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll just let you solo this, but I'll stay here.
The problem with this is that I keep letting him poke me. Because that warriors will do well in terms of poking.
Enemy spotted.
Isn't that? Oh, that's his ult down, so he should be gankable now.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna do my buff and then I'll back and TP left.
On my way.
I sense your fear.
Of course, he's already there.
That sucks. I'm gonna fall really far behind now.
Middle tower is under attack.
I'll try to help you
I
out
was
in a
trying to
sec.
bait for you.
Yeah, I should have just TP'd in.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean,
Man, this really sucks for me now. I'm gonna be super far behind.
Right lane.
Attack right lane.
just stay here.
Yes.
At least he's going
Really
damage.
play?
So eventually I should actually
Okay.
win. Around 2 items probably, I should have enough damage to just
Should not.
or be tanky enough.
Left tower. The range shall
Wash them away.
Afro's here too.
This can't be good.
That's a questionable TP in.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
I'm gonna TP left here. Do you know where he is?
No. Maybe on blue.
Right tower is under attack.
Probably. Should be up now.
Enemy missing right.
He's here.
I need to get this stacked. Low on Ari and low Justice. Is that the Asset aspect crit build? No, no, what the fuck. I haven't really played that much, so no, I haven't, but that sounds very strange. Maybe I could conch this game. It's gonna be less tanky, obviously, but Mordred is a pretty good conch character. He's got both int and string scaling. Why is he playing so scared?
Vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack.
I sense your fear.
It's good to know how much damage he does.
Okay.
It's looking pretty rough overall on this map, though. If only my lane was losing, it wouldn't be that bad. How the fuck does that reach me, bro? Like, actually.
Your left tower is under attack.
I can't see shit.
Your left tower is under attack.
Axe Dagger Rage Hydra's Deathbringer because the Castle Hook 1 and do enhanced auto. Oh, I guess that makes sense, yeah. I could see it. He's going for backs. I'll just sunder that.
Have fun.
Man, this isn't even a bad matchup for me. I just fucked up like early. The fact that I died at level 3 was so bad. And the gang right after. This is unironically a really good matchup for Mordred, because he's just a low mobility assassin. But now he's actually going to be tanky enough to the point where I don't think I can kill him. I was happy he went defense, but or damage, but no, I just went defense again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I've got all here.
That's his ult.
Nice. Oh damn. Shit.
Enemy has been slain.
We can get tower maybe.
Destroy the left enemy
I'll
tower.
attack right lane. On my way. Follow me. The rain shall wash them away.
Oh, now I'm pretty much back after that. Even though I didn't get the kill. Getting the tower is pretty big. That's a more solo farm.
Okay.
Oh, you have the dash reset, but deals less damage. Gotcha.
Be right back.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't read the first message there.
Enemies in the right jungle.
I sense your fear. Burn
Nice, he's old again.
on my way.
I can TP there, can we kill him?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
I'm
yeah, the
TPing
weapons
over
is-
now.
Mind that really quickly, of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just going for his blue, right?
Yeah. That means the wheels might be there
Alright.
though.
No, he's right. He's going to the wave. No, he's just got it warded, never mind. Yo, come Pyro. Someone to Pyro with me.
I can try and steal goal with my ult.
I don't know if you're in time.
No, it's gonna be done.
Your team
Actually, I'm coming over. Okay, I'm
Ah,
what
I
the
see.
fuck. NT. Oh,
Retreat.
I'm fine.
Attack middle lane.
Just go.
No damage mortar, that's pretty rough. Clear is so shit.
on my way.
I'm rotating. Wilix might be there.
Get mid tower.
Wilix is in right again, that fucking loser. Where's that? Is it?
Can we get mid tower? Hello? Thank you. Nice, good shit, guys.
Push.
Yeah, we can get tier 2 here.
Get mid tower.
Slain.
Yeah, for sure. I'll give you guys attack speeds. I'm gonna see if this is up here. Someone take this red. It's completely useless for me.
I will take it.
We look here. I can try to bait his ult with my jump, maybe.
We should reset.
Oh, Rama's here as well. Let's get out.
Follow me.
Center blocked. Your middle tower is under attack.
How we did this?
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Of course he did. Afro's here too. And Sil. He's just
Zuko might
jumped in.
rotate.
But it just doesn't fucking matter, does it? And he still has ult. Classic. Ram ult down.
Grab a ward. They
The
might
pyromancer
go
has
fire.
arrived.
Are they going fire?
Not sure. Probably pyro, right?
Yeah, they're not on fire.
The enemy team has destroyed
Yeah.
the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
I do feel pretty useless so far in this game, I'm not gonna lie. Mostly I think it's because of my build, but like, if I can just be a tank or a sponge for my team later, then I'll be okay, but tank falling behind in general is just not great.
I sense your fear.
I just know he's gonna be right here. We can probably fight that if you want.
Have everything up.
Yeah, same. Just don't have beats. Okay, well he's definitely here. Let's just go warded.
Oh, Relix is left.
Yeah, that's their shit done.
Pain
Got their
is
ults.
all I have ever
Gold or something?
He knows I'm here. Just hit it.
Your left
Oh,
tower
just
is under
50-50
attack.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if I
So
wasn't
it's on
full
us?
tank, I wouldn't have lived
This
through
will
that,
bring
so
me one step closer.
that is,
Hit us
really
up, hit us up.
TPing.
The rain shall wash
I'd have to get out.
I will access no more.
We just gotta dip. She's here.
Pulling, pulling. No, we have to give it.
We won't make
I
it in time.
guess we're just too late.
The gold fury.
Man, I rotated too. That sucks.
Your left tower is under attack.
Definitely feel like I should have just stuck with the usual motor builds in Devils first, so he actually does a bit of damage.
defend the fire.
They might try to sneak fire, to be honest.
I don't see them on it.
I will warn.
Okay.
Ultimate is down.
Ultimate is ready.
But like, the fact that I can get killed that fast, is so that's just so annoying. But it's because of Relix's fat. I was fast that I got sentried. Just do a sneaky one. Can you live?
The pyromancer has arrived.
Yeah, I'm good. Suki on me ult
I don't
down.
really think we can fight now anyway. If they
Yeah.
go fire, I'll just try and steal.
Where are they going?
Your
They're just in
middle
mid.
tower is under attack.
I'll just keep pushing. It's pointless to rotate now that
I'll
I'm mid
just
is dead.
push right. Give FG and you can.
Yeah, go for it.
Middle tower has been destroyed.
They're just... The Sylvanas is actually just a freak.
Better try not siege.
They're still here. They're going for you now. Towards it, at least. I just got pulled. No, they're all here. She already has ult again. Sick.
Yeah, I mean the support and the jungle are duos, so. Do we just give the Phoenix and try and get towers?
Mm-hmm. Just give it up.
should play this lead up to you.
Efra's backing. She just backed. 2 of them on fire at least. I don't see the rest. Yeah, one's on right.
Okay.
Another one is on you.
Destroyed a left enemy.
Of course, it's a Wheelix.
I will explain. Suki alt.
Yeah. Just change into Aoi. Mori, you can just 1v1 her. Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like pretty straightforward that we play.
Mm-hmm.
Just go on over.
I mean, I don't mind if my support trades for the jungle. That's just always worth for me.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Rama's here.
I sense your fear.
We're in such a weird spot here, because like it's almost like we kind of just hope that we can steal an objective and that's it.
They're just sitting bush.
Sense of blood.
I mean, they're just letting you free farm and left. Let's still thingy down. Polymorph, whatever the fuck
Okay,
the
got
item's
that.
called.
Backing.
I think I'm just gonna look for a steal. I can do it somewhat like risk-free.
I can try to help you.
Try.
Burning it fast though.
You guys have to get
6k, 5. Yeah. And yeah.
I was so close. Just get out if you can. Like we should be going in. I don't know why they my team
Sukiel
followed me
down.
here.
How the fuck does that work then? Alright, whatever. Are we behind you guys?
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, I looked in Odin to try to do something about all their fucking healing, but
I fucked up too. Like I shouldn't have lost this lane at all. I just fucked up at
character
3.
just does nothing.
Your left phoenix is under attack.
Guys, they just want the W.
I mean, they
That's
have
also just
Afro
so
as
cringe,
well,
by
like,
the way. Yeah.
It's just fucking impossible.
Has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Like if we ever get something
Just
good
really
off, or
fucking
like
boring.
a potential pick, they just have an Afro ult to save him. Like their combo is just
They're
so
adding back
disgusting.
some sort of anti-heal, right? I think I saw something about that.
Yeah, I suppose we'll see on Friday.
Huge.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been
I will say though, like this probably can work, but it requires you to actually be able to fight back. Cause like it doesn't matter what tank I play here, I'm still just gonna get shit on. The issue is just we cannot fight back. I have no like. There is no tanking in this game. I even survived for a decent bit onto the Phoenix there. I could definitely take a bit of a beating, but
destroyed the gold fjord.
it doesn't really matter if we can't return any damage. That is unfortunate, just the state of this game so far.
team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle weakness is under
What the fuck's that minion tankier than everything else in the entire game?
Try to hold this.
I sense your fear.
That speeds Ramadan.
She was 1 HP, I just couldn't reach.
Yeah, I tried to help in the back line.
Yeah, it's
Should've
fine.
just gone with you, to be
I
honest.
mean, 2 for 2 is good for us here, as long as we can keep defending.
Yeah. I have ult in 30 here. Just gotta
No, we
stall.
can switch. Oh, huge portal.
Guess we can't.
Hilarious gameplay right here. Fucking hell, man. This is just actually so boring.
Your Titan is under attack.
Engage from right in front of stall them.
I'm here.
Attack.
What's that for beats?
Behind you guys.
They're just
Almost
not
there.
fucking dying.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your right Phoenix
Yeah,
is
though to be
under
fair, not
attack.
much was hitting on them there.
Hate to see it. Oh my god, man. I don't know why he's going for me here.
He's full tank, he shouldn't do that much damage.
No.
I'm fine.
Surviving.
Left, left, left.
One left.
Is under attack.
I have to back here or go to fountain. They're on pro league, just gonna go fire.
The pyromancer.
Can we send out a word? I can still try and steal this, free, like risk free.
Minus on CD.
Are they on it? Or-
Nope. Kill the guy. I'm here. I mean, that's fine for me, this. Someone kill Aoi. I mean, that damage is crazy. Aoi's here. I just have to dip now.
That's fine, we gotta
just
kill.
reset.
After ult down. Sorry. I mean, Aoi ult down.
Just chasing me down.
Is there a way you can run?
You fine?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright. Oh, you got ults. Nice.
Yeah, I just got it.
We should try and run to him. Run to him. We have a 4v5 here if we can fight together.
Yeah, definitely. I have ult in 5. Just have to wait for that.
I'm
One
gonna
is
try
here
and
in the
stack my
corner.
ult again.
Alright.
In here. Can we get an engage?
I'm behind them.
I'm just gonna go in. I'm
on
fine.
Sylvanas. It's Sylvanas, Sylvanas.
Yeah, Sylvanas has to go here. After ult down.
After we say find that thing.
I need this Rama to die, guys.
If
Nice,
you can
good
approach
shoot.
it, game, run up, run up.
Rama's way too late to cut you off. You're fine.
I guess just defend.
Wait, they lost you. That was Suki.
It's a
Yeah,
super
fuck.
It's only
I don't see anyone else.
If you build a gap, you can get out.
I think I die
I
eventually.
doubt it. Yeah.
Where's with you?
Oh, that's just.
Yeah.
You got Afro ulted. You're fine. This guy's dead though. Am I missing an item, guys? What should I? What the fuck do I got here? This build is just shooting shit.
Destroyed the pyramids. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your left phoenix is
Might have to give up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Sunder is down now.
Got him into gold.
Hate to see it. Howling for your old Janice.
Ultimate is down.
Oh yeah, there's no chance.
the enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
You can take it, yeah.
Maybe we can find the gold.
Coming. Oh, there's a Wheelix on me.
Oh, I'm coming.
That I'm. Fuck me. That's his ult down.
No, blink on me.
And his Magi's is down as well. Okay, guys.
I was just gonna get his matches, I guess. Right. Thank you, Windsprite.
Love it.
You knock up immune in your cage.
Bomb?
You knock up immune in your cage.
No.
You should be.
Really?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. You like displacement immune in your cage.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
You should just cage and run in a straight line. Anytime he's.
I didn't know that. I don't know, it doesn't say it. Might be true though. I'll try it out in a sec.
Your middle phoenix
Come on, mid, is he alone?
Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I mean, like, if Amori support can't go into the fucking only character killing everyone, then it's just useless.
Your titan is under attack.
Classic. Just a shit pick from me, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't just on one person in this one, to be real. I think we were just all struggling in this one. But our comp was pretty shit too. Like, our frontline is a Morrigan and a Mordred. Like, what can we do? Into their team comp. We just get CC'd at any point and we just die. What Morrigan needs to also not do though is transform into like an Afro, because you just die instantly if you're going full tank. If you're going full tank, like Morrigan as a frontline, do not fucking turn into a damage dealer unless you know you can finish someone off with it. Afro is not the choice. If you want to turn into anyone, maybe the Tsukuyomi, because there's a full tank. You could do the Sylvanas as well, just to give some kind of support. You turn into the Odin to maybe do a cage, whatever the fuck, right? There isn't really any damage dealer to turn into for him anyway. Maybe Janus in like key situations, sure. But this is not really a great Morrigan game in general, though. I feel the transforms are kind of not great in this game. How big is the trade-off between the non-aspect Mordred and aspect? Not that big, I would say. Like, it's really not that big of a difference. Like, let's take a look at it now. So your 2, Blood Rage, will no longer give protections, but the protections goes from 6 to 10. That's really not the... It's gonna make literally 0 fucking difference in most cases, man. That's so little. I actually thought it was more than that. Or attack speed, though. So it doesn't give you attack speed. At least these, like, 40%, I guess. Which is obviously big, but he's not an auto-attacker anyway. So it's a bit weird. I definitely prefer getting this. Like, your non-ultimate and non-passive just give you like lower cooldowns instead. And thank you, Wolfie, I appreciate the raid. I prefer being able to get lower cooldowns than just having like not losing the protection and attack speed. GG's, guys. I keep forgetting to swap? Let's see if Pain wants jungle, otherwise I guess I'm jungling. I played some jungling and some casuals last night because I was bored. Just forgot to swap it back now. Yeah, I mean, I've been under the impression that the aspect is better for the most part. I've just sometimes heard from some people that they think the non-aspect is better, so I wanted to try it just in case. Maybe I could get a similar mindset, but I don't think I agree.
Select your god.
Well, well, well. What do I do now, though? Maybe a Thor game? Maybe a Thana game? Maybe... I'm kind of feeling Thana, actually. It's kind of fun to wake up on. I'll do that. If I meet something terrible, though, I might just have to go for the aspect. Try Suku. I'm not a huge fan of solo Suku. Unless I can go full damage, but you're generally not allowed to do that in solo. Last one seemed to do damage. The one I was against? No, he went full tank. He did damage early on, but that's any character, I suppose. I just fucked up at level 3 and then I couldn't fight back. He hit level 4 and I didn't, and so he had enough HP to survive. But otherwise he did no damage. Like, he was definitely the most useless player in their team going into late game. Because if he ults someone, he kind of just dies for it. But again, we weren't really in a position to fight back. If they had a good tank on their team, it would have been super cooked. Even more than we already were. Wolfie was going crazy on stream. Wait, Wolfie was? Is he sitting in that Dapling's chat? Oh, if you mean Wolfie, then I don't know. Yeah, Wolfie definitely played well. Wolfie is not the same as Wolfie though. Can someone tell me how to check ping? How to ping every corner of the map? Like, what do I need to help to ping my jungle? Sometimes they don't react to map. If you mean like pinging, I mean, I suppose I can show you in game. Yeah, Wolfie. Yeah, no worries. If you want to ping on the map, you just use your mouse. If you want to ping in game, you have to like aim it. Like if you had to aim an ability. Shibbolunke is pretty annoying. Does he blind me if I'm in my ult? Is that how it works? Can he actually do that? Came from their streams because they got 8 ads in 12 minutes. Sometimes it's uncontrollable. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have mine turned off as much as possible because I don't really care about the revenue anyway. But if they're doing it for a living, I mean, I can understand it. Right, so bro, they have so much beats forcing, there is almost no point in even going beats. I'm just gonna go blink. And do my usual thing. I mean, the thing is, like, if you want to ping someone, you can't just press V and do this. And just press it, you know? And you can just aim at, obviously, as far as your mouse can reach, I suppose. But if you need, like, otherwise use your mouse. Just ping it on the map. That's pretty much it. I don't think there is any other way to ping. And if you want to use your mouse, you just hold down Alt. That's how I use my mouse. The same thing, how you hover, your abilities, all that stuff. Like, that's pretty much it. You use mouse on map, yeah, you just press the map, wherever your map is.
Minions have spawned.
You can both right click and left click for different types of pings. Yummy. Blue buff on Thanatos. Most useful thing. The temptation to blink. It's unreal.
My soul.
Enemy missing middle.
The minions were here. I'm so stupid. I'm actually just dead. Dude, the minions showed up! I'm so stupid and tired and dumb. I can't believe I did that. There you go, take my whole lane. I just fucking threw it again. Man. I wasn't paying attention. I build Reaper and Thanatos just for roleplay. I mean, it is really good on him. I always go for it too. It is very good on Thana. Does this hurt me that much? I don't know. I don't really know if I can do anything about this, and he backed, so yeah, fuck it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nothing I can do. Man, and this is a winning matchup, I think, too, for me. Mulan's gonna come from behind.
On my way. Your left
Come
tower
on.
is under attack. Ally slain.
Right, the boss.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't contest it, I think, if we're just all behind. Probably lost blue, I think. Yeah, he has blue buffs, so that would be mine. Good thing I don't need it, except for the XP. At least the nice thing I know when I play Thanatos solo is that I'll eventually just be there, because Thanatos scales so well in Smite 2. But it sucks when you had a winning lane and you just throw it away like I did. Sometimes you're just stupid for no reason. Now I won't be able to fight back for a few more levels.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Bit there.
Vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower
They're just
is
all
under
going
attack.
to right.
Oh, easy wrong team. I am sorry.
And that's gold for them too. Fuck it. Just back. Finish my item.
The enemy team has
Should we do anything to
destroyed
this
the
guy? Solo for
gold
now?
fury. Immortals shall fear death now.
Yeah, probably. I think I can kill him. I just finished that item. On my way. Is it there?
He's with me.
That's his ult.
This is alt. It's fine.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Have fun.
Another issue is that I can't really play that aggressive in this lane because I don't have beats. If Buds decides to show up and I don't get my ult off in time, I am just dead. There is no counterplay potential on that.
Enemy spotted.
Buds was around Brew.
Nothing I can't cut with my sword.
Gank.
He wasn't in execute range anymore? What the fuck?
Enemy has been slain.
On my way. On my way.
Overpower and manipulate.
Jaguar.
Dude, that's so fucking fucked up. He was just out of execute range when I landed.
That's unlucky.
That actually changes the fight if I get that kill. Because I heal and I get the cooldown. Fuck, man. On top of that, bots ends up surviving too, because I didn't have my cooldowns. I do think I could have played that.
Your left tower.
It's just annoying, man. That's so unfortunate. 3 goes through walls? Yeah, it does. It's very short range, so. And he, dude, did he get both kills? That's wild. And Milan is mid. Okay.
Okay, Dalton.
Careful, Milan is still lurking around there.
Yeah, she's standing.
And the rain shall wash them away.
see if I can try and help out mid.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah, sorry bro, I wish I could
That's
rotate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna back. There is no chance.
Your left tower
They're
is
absolutely
under
rotating to
attack.
me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy spotted.
There's 3 people here. They might try and dive. The control they have.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bot's coming to red.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm with you. Look for him.
I just blink.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Okay, it's there. I can do pyro also.
Your right tower is under
Just ignore the wave. I'll pyro after.
Your time has come. Death eventually comes to all. Creature, your time has come. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'll gank right lane.
That's good. We're getting some small wins.
Enemy missing.
Let's just fall back. If Milan catches me when I don't have my ult or my blink, I'm just dead. There's not really any counterplay in that for me right now.
Cannot escape death.
I'm also a little distracted.
Okay,
There's a
so
lot of
not again.
noise happening in the apartment upstairs right now.
I'll cut you down.
Should get better.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Your souls to me.
He like a baby.
I'm backing.
I missed my one, man.
Destroyed the gold fury.
That sucks. Dude, what the fuck was that damage to? Dude, I guess just a full trance at this point, combined with a Hydras. That is so much damage with the auto-canceling. Didn't really think my life was in danger when I did that. But I could also just have hit my thing. I got a nice shutdown on that kill, at least. That would have been a nice shutdown to get while I was at it. But no, I suck.
I'll cut you down.
Okay, try jungle.
Coming right.
Butts jump.
Ally has been slain.
Milan is gonna TP.
Very strong.
Never mind.
Butts done. Bus blink done. Bus blink.
Will
Range, wash them away.
That was.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
I would have really loved to TP on that fight. Milan just didn't
Your
really
right
let me.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm trying to do pyro.
Your right tower is under attack.
Souls to me.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Okay, that's down. They're dying in mid.
Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Range, wash them away.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Are they going fire? I think they
I
are.
don't know, I can't check myself.
I have bomb. I see them Milan
No, no,
flag on
no, no.
fire.
Your souls to me.
It's 4k.
The leech dead. I'm coming too.
They jumped on me. I mean, if they don't get it, it's fine.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Cut you down. Your souls to me.
I do think the play for me is trying to help out other lanes.
Under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yo, let's go fire. Let's go fire.
Enemy has been slain.
They're all going right.
Ally
Sure.
slain.
Just do it, I have bomb.
I have bomb as well.
Just drop bomb that to carry and stop hitting it. Stop hitting.
Range, wash them away.
I'm coming to peel you. If you can run to watch me.
I'm good.
I'm still here. I'm trying to fight. Bats jumped over the wall.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack.
Mine now.
Hold on, I need this down.
Enemy has been slain.
Come now.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Pyro maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Your left tower is under attack.
Potential comeback, yeah. We'll see. We are still pretty far behind.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're in the mid bush, I think.
Yeah. I can out-secure it. Oh, me too.
Okay, I just got one shot. That bot's ult down.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Man, dude, what the fuck?
Okay. No ult up here. You get low? On me.
Bro, they are low as fuck.
Your right
Stake
tower
around, I
is
wanna
under
clean
attack.
up.
Fan is coming with ult. Bus is gonna be coming back.
Yeah, he's here.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
I definitely didn't deserve those kills, but I needed them.
Be careful, middle.
It's a huge shutdown on the bots though.
Vista, amigo.
On my way.
Okay, Tyr, no ult.
I'm falling back, this is bad.
I should know what to.
I didn't think they were all just gonna be there.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, this kinda sucks. Now we're giving up free fire.
The pyromancer
Well,
has arrived.
and then they threw it.
Okay. They can't do it. I'm up in 10. I have TP to left.
They're leeching it.
We have bomb. What when I come?
Destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower.
They got it, but we killed their whole team.
Souls to me.
I find it did something though.
Took a hold and shit. I'll get. Oh, I got Tyr. Tyr, take hold of them.
Destroy the right. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I got triple
Your
1
right
KBs, by
tower
the way.
is under attack.
I'll beat if this guy goes on him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Guys, just 2 golds, please.
Cut you down. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It could only be me.
Definitely feel like I'm not doing much damage to the tanks. Hopefully Titan's Bane is gonna help a little bit on that.
Group up.
Awaits you. I'll cut you down.
One glimpse of my true self and you'll be scurrying home, I'm sure. I will not tolerate the arrogance of lesser beings.
Always me, bro. Always me. I should have just ulted. I fucking knew it. They're just full committing on me, I guess. Didn't realize they had a ward there. I had an inkling that they probably had a ward on the fucking bush.
This is bad because I got hit by the mess.
Script this. I think last item I probably have to commit to a Magi's. I don't really think I can survive without some kind of initial CC immune. My only issue with it is that I'm kind of just getting one shot anyway. But the auto cancelling on bots is so good that he will just almost one shot me with pure basics. Yeah, I mean, I can 2v1 them if I can kill one when I land, but I won't be able to 2v1 them if they insta-beats my ult and they're full HP. The reason why I could kill Shablonkate before was because I already hit a scythe on him before I went up into the air.
Be right back. On my way.
Be careful.
I will ward. Be careful. On my way.
To me.
So afraid of this bots. It's too fucking easy for him to kill me.
Be careful. Retreat! Retreat!
Enemy ultimate down.
I'll defend the way. Careful. Give their souls to
Defend the
me.
fighter giant.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
And I fucked it.
Come to me.
I got stunned. We just have to deal with bots, like there's no other choice. We just don't really have much peeling for the bots.
I feel like he has such a bad engage.
Unfortunate. The pyramid has arrived. Your Titan's under attack.
He doesn't have ult, so I don't think we can defend this. And the ult died. Unfortunate. Man, I feel like this game was in our hands once we hit the late game stages, but because we couldn't deal with bots for one single fight, we just lost. This was pretty unfortunate.
Defeat.
It's the one thing that we had to deal with, we just weren't able to deal with. But once again though, like, our comp is pretty rough compared to the enemy comp. Pretty much like last game. We don't really have any god that can peel off a bots very easily, because all we really have is single CCs, and he had a Magi's. Like, Guan can literally do nothing. He can try and ult, but that's so slow. I can silence it, but once again, Magi's, and we have an Achilles stun, once again, silence. Or not silence, once again, just Magi's it, so it's unfortunate. Yeah, GG custom minion. That was tough. I played really bad this game. There's so many fights I could have played a lot better. Not to mention my... I guess I forgot all about my shit level 3 death, which was so fucking unnecessary by taking 2 tower shots. I won my lane so hard early game. And I completely fucked it by blinking into the tower. Yeah, you guys definitely had a pretty sweaty comp, I'm not gonna lie, man. Outside of the Mulan. That's fine. But this... Stunt bats, Eset, Shibulonke, Hecate. It's like some top tier shit that never roll. I just want to have fun playing Thanatos. Like, dude, can I fucking swap? At least it's Pain. Maybe Pain will be nice. Otherwise, I'm just gonna jungle for him. If he wants to solo, he can solo. I'll take the hit and jungle if he really decides that he really wants to play solo. I don't know if you hear Pain. If you're here, just let me know. Because I'm kind of being stupid here by not swapping my role. I'll ban the asset. 3 Merc bans.
Select your god.
I'll play Osiris, I guess. Haven't played him in a while. I'll be a disgusting piece of shit for one game. If that's what it takes. Is it quiet? Maybe I'll put on some music again. I don't really feel like watching something in between my games right now. Man, I do not have a very long stream music playlist. Whatever. It's probably gonna be a lot of the same songs that will play, but just for now, it'll do. What is this? Scylla solo? Or Hecate solo? I don't fucking know. Probably Scylla. Probably Blink. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. It's Sylvanas. I'll probably lose the early game, like pre-level 5 type early game, but I should win after that. Yeah, I'll do a safe start. If I'm expecting to lose the lane, I want to make sure I'm not getting zoned or some shit like that.
An enemy has returned. Minions have spawned.
You also have warriors too. It's definitely a losing matchup for now. I also went for the wrong dude. I should have went warriors. Why the fuck do I have Sans? Oh my god. I just realized. I haven't played this in a while. Well, whatever, I guess. Guess I got more cooldown. Whoops. Okay. Pain, surely we... That is actually kind of insane. That he showed up with Shell. That is unironically actually insane. Why the fuck does the jungler have Shell?
Enemy ultimate's down.
Fuck, man.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Double Shell actually saved them, and... Oh, fuck, dude. That's actually... That really bothers me. That is wild.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful. Enemy ultimate down.
Tsukuyomi is here, man.
Retreat.
Enemy missing middle.
Double Shell down on them again.
Them away.
To me.
Like, it's the one place he shouldn't come.
You
Like-
probably gank so, duo.
Yeah, I
just
mean, like,
hanging
they,
around
they
now.
always have two shells here. There's no reason for it to come here.
Your
It's the
right
hardest
tower
gank for you
Yeah,
by
but
far.
they're-
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sol doesn't have ult right now.
Are we just feeding the Tsukuyomi for zero fucking reason right now? Like, to kill a Sylvanus who is more than likely not going to be very useful going into late game anyway.
Your middle
And as a
tower
result,
is
making me lose a lane, I should be winning.
Be right back. Fighting.
See, this Akba is still strong? Yeah. It is. It's very good. It is still to the point where I ban it every game, because it is by far the most unfun thing to deal with. Because it takes so little skill to use, you just always have your fucking one. It's annoying as hell. It's still like the big, how has this not been nerfed yet? For multiple reasons. I've put my thoughts out there multiple times, like on this by now. I'm coming mid here. him having shell won't matter. Now that I have damage
Your right
online.
tower is under attack. That's too much. Enemy has been slain.
Wow. That almost went really not good. Okay, so he's still pretty scary if I don't have my ult up. Noted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's just get the Genjis online straight away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Suki here. Suki soloed. In front of you.
Be right back.
On my way.
Guess I'll just do the rocks. Was tempted to TP though.
Rain swats you away. Well done, my friend. Foul creature. Well done, my friend. Attack!
On my way. Chase the enemy. Iron.
Wow. I managed to miss all of the minions. It's actually kind of impressive.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Welcomes me.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Right back.
I guess that's where Sylvanas went as well. Just left his whole lane to go and do gold. I wanna wait back in. I need to finish Glad next.
Enemy missing.
Let's go Glad Shield. Maybe I can make it to the rocks as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He probably kills them before I even get there. Nope, he's not even going for them. Just going for my blue, that's complete.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing right. Go down. Well done, my friend. Ally slain. Reacher. Be right back. Be right back. Retreat veteran.
Really sucks I can't test the ult. I want to go the other way.
Go down.
Sylvanas just giving up on this lane, so careful everywhere.
Goodbye.
The Pyramid has arrived.
Nice mid.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower
Should I
is
open
under
it?
attack.
You are fabuloso.
I mean, they're all full HP. I don't really think I can do anything about this, actually.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Goodbye.
Triple kill. Oh,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, we need him not to die in mid. Like, especially when I'm telling them that he's not gonna be in my lane. Right, so can I... Is this Sol going for the full build? No. No lifesteal on him.
Be careful left.
ward the fire. Enemy missing.
I mean, they're definitely just on fire. Surely.
Enemies in the gold fury. Enemy team
Come on.
has destroyed the gold fury.
I already fucked up, actually. Maybe I should have gone...
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
I mean, I fucked my build already by going Sands, but...
Enemy ultimate down.
Sol alt.
I don't even know what to build at this point. Just try and go maybe a little bit of hybrids.
Defend middle.
So we have his shell, he can't get away from me. Please push. Shit.
Go down. On my way.
Long enough.
Enemy has been slain. They nearly got the bet. Ally has been slain. Oh, very strong.
That really sucks.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Enemy missing.
Guess they're doing a different picture.
Enemies in right lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Guys, can we group? Like, we're literally just letting them run around. I can't see all down. This feels so boring, man. It's like every game it just been so weird today. Like I literally rotated mid 2 or 3 times in this one, and won us the fights for free, and we're still just dying in mid. I don't understand.
They're pulling.
Yeah, they just started.
12k, 11k, 10k.
I just don't have Sunder. I would have had that if I had Sunder, but I just don't do any damage to fire with a tank without something like a Sunder. Don't fucking die again, bro. Please. My bar needs to just stay out of fucking trouble.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
What do I actually build? Maybe like a spirit rope. I legitimately feel like that's something I'm forgetting. Actually, I'm building boar. That is something I'm forgetting, so I can actually get out.
Your right tower is under
Hello, camps. Plus, that's it. I mean, the Odin jungles today are not really doing so hot.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
It seemeth. That's their dagger, at least.
Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix.
It's just fucking going the other way. Whoops. I am missing fucking everything right now.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
That was pretty bad for me.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Defeat.
I don't know, man. Maybe I do just play jungle, just so I gotta change the pace. Yeah, fuck it. I'll play some jungle. At this point, just losing every game anyway. What's the worst that could happen? Who did I play though? I don't know if I feel like playing any of the junglers right now. Maybe Susano, but I'm so bad at Susano, I don't think I should play him at like a higher level game. I am not used to playing Susano. I'll do this. If I get jungle, I get jungle. Otherwise, I guess I'll just stay in solo. I might start to play some weirder things though. Maybe I... Could play mage. Whatever. I'll play jungle. I don't feel like playing any solo laners either. Wait a fucking minute. I'm seeing adapting in a game. What the fuck? Wait. Am I in a game? Huh? What? I'm gonna try and restart my game. I just got fucked up. Holy shit. I just got scared. Damn, Twitch just absolutely cooked me. So what happened on my screen was, since I had adapting stream open, it like paused where I last, like, I guess left off. And it said we were in a game. Or he was in a game. And I thought that was live. Because he was obviously live. I guess they added a new, like, catch up thing. That was weird. Mine's taking fucking forever to load up. That was weird. Man, my mind really is somewhere else today. But I blame Twitch on that one. Did we miss the QS because of that? Let me check. Isn't he kind of game? He's not. Okay, well, perfect. No harm, no foul, I guess. Ah, shit. Maybe W1's mid. Let's see. kind of feel playing Giannis. Maybe that's what I do.
Select your god.
I'll play a Thor game actually.
So much pain.
I'm having a hard time deciding today. I feel that happens a lot when I lose games, because I'm trying to think of like how can I best contribute on certain picks while still like also trying to have fun. It is tough sometimes. At least the games have still been fun. Maybe it's because Baron hasn't been picked yet. Well, I guess the Afro game wasn't very fun. Probably Hercules, I would imagine, that I'm against here. That's alright. That should be a winning matchup, at least until I finish a shit ton of cooldown. And then it's just a slap fest.
So many
I'm gonna start aggressive. I want to take advantage of being into Hercules. Oh, also, while I'm actually streaming, I want to remember to let you guys know that I will not be streaming during the weekend, even though I am ready and back and able to play now with a functional internet. I'm going to Comic-Con during the weekend here in Denmark. So on the very small chance that someone is there, feel free to find me. But it's probably pretty small, I would imagine. It is the first time I'm going. I think it will be pretty fun, and at least different, trying something new.
Minions have spawned.
Even warriors as well. Okay. His clear is gonna be pretty bad. At least if he uses his abilities on me. It's a lot of gold he's lost already.
Be careful, right? Enemies behind us.
Yeah, sucks. Close enough. Survive! Oh. Close. But also calculated. Very calculated.
For me.
Get me level 5, please. I lost 3 creeps.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
For me.
Now I am dead. Big.
Enemy spotted.
I'm 1k ahead.
He hasn't backed. I'm way stronger. I'm probably kill the Baron.
Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
They should be free, the jungle is on the other side.
Be still now. Perhaps later next time. Be still now.
Your right tower is under attack.
been slain. Fabuloso! Shut down! Yes!
So Yomi is left.
Enemies have returned to base. Enemy spotted. On my way.
On my way.
Wash them away! Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Having fun. Out of mana. On my way.
Be right back. I'll attack my main.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Suppose I'll stick around despite having no mana here. Oh my gold. I'll let the minions finish it. Unless he shows up. Then I'll have to finish it myself. I think it's fine.
On my way.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Fuck.
On my way. On my way. Enemy missing left.
I'm tipping right.
That's not on city.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold him.
He doesn't have ult.
Enemy has been slain.
I have Sunder, we can probably do gold.
Coming out of base.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Honor jump.
I'm going middle.
It hurts. Considering I have decent amount of defense. But let me guess. Dagger Frenzy? That item is so
On
crazy.
Hearthstone.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Well, if you map map blue, then surely the rocks are still up.
Enemy missing middle.
Be right back.
I guess rocks haven't been up for a while. Tragic.
TPing.
I can TP up top if you want to chase.
We're good.
I have nothing. That's on Aegis.
Come down, right?
Enemy spotted. Retreat.
I think we just fall back.
Your middle tower is under
Sukui is on the right here.
Kick it off.
No, that's Sukui won't. Man, that sucks. I wasn't prepared for a full fucking rotation there. But at least there's no objective for them to take.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
It's the brawlers as well.
under attack.
There's a lot of healing on that team.
Wash them away.
Man, of all people to get that shutdown too, Tsukuyomi is a pretty rough one.
Enemy has been slain.
Later next time. Be stead now.
They gotta fix the rocks, man.
Later next time.
Middle tower.
If you go too close, those rocks, you just can't see shit.
Pleasant.
For me.
Attack the gold fury.
Enemy missing left.
Be careful
Enemies
right.
in the right,
Enemy
jungle.
missing.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Ward the gold fury. Move up.
I'm tipping right. They're just gonna go gold straight away, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. He's here. I accidentally guessed. They know, they know.
Yeah, I just don't want it to go gold.
Just play for goal. It's fine.
I mean, I accidentally guessed trying to feed us.
Be careful right. Attack middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, hello?
No Vincent.
I'm falling back. They're coming behind.
Move up.
The rain shall wash them away.
Herc no ult.
Under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Yes, yes.
Get in it, shotgun. Get it.
nice. Yeah, sorry guys if I keep like trying to fix my throat. I don't know if something's fucking stuck in there.
Retreat! Your left tower is under attack.
How unpleasant!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack fire giant!
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
How unpleasant!
I'm gonna TP right. I want to at least get a tower.
Sure. I think it's going
Baron
to
is
you.
right. Baron is...
Where's Magi's? You can ult him.
Wash them away.
Just fucking go with him.
Your left tower is under attack.
We can go straight to fire now. I have Sunder as well. We can just get towers as well,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Get that one. That is down over here.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
The rain shall wash them away.
On my way.
Where's the Suki?
He's in mid.
We can kill this guy.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has
I
destroyed
gave me
the
soul, I get
pyramid.
unreal.
I have bomb as well now, so all we need is a pick. Then fire should be free.
Your left tower is under attack.
Got attack speed. Thanks.
Think I should go for more physical defense. I don't know what though. Fuck it. I'll just go for a spectral, even if Honor doesn't have
I can kill
crits.
him here and then we can grab you. I'll push and rotate otherwise.
Ward the fire giant!
Enemy missing.
Oh, that's a lot of people in left.
I'm back in 15.
Super ult on me.
I can beat him.
You should be good, I'm on the way.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack fire.
Just bomb. Yes.
stop
guys.
hitting it, boys? I don't know why it's so hard to stop hitting it, man.
The gold fury.
Come on. I didn't sunder, but I also just didn't hit it at all. To not fuck it up. I think Uller used his whole combo. That was kind of what fucked it up. That's so insane. Hey Val, how you doing? Actually, I don't want to back. I want a gold for my starter. Oh, that buys them some time, which is annoying.
I guess we do.
I can TP if
On the
you...
way.
Yeah. Nice guy.
Enemy has been slain.
I was not prepared for him to look for a kill there. But that's good.
Sweet Alta.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Maybe I can pull him through the wall.
Destroy the left enemy.
Just capture the mid thing.
There's nothing for us to take.
Yes.
Chase that fucker. There's no objective on the map anyway.
Yeah, I'm chasing him.
Get him! Hey Dodge, what's up man? How you doing? They should have him. I'll see if I can yoink his speed.
Oh, my horrific.
Attack middle lane. Group up.
I want him to use his combo first though.
Rag 3. Walk it off.
Hit them down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Where did it go right here? Is that it?
Destroy the right enemy fin. Your middle tower is under attack.
Weirdly delayed hammer there. Visual at least. Oh, strange.
The gold fury.
Nah, go fire. If we do gold, then I can fire. Wait, thank you. I'll go.
Still all done.
Can you come to me?
Pick up.
I'm on the way.
guys are alone in mid.
That's fine, we got the Phoenix. Baron ult down.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Forming Lornian.
I got Ansile Baron ulted, it was fucked up. Couldn't hammer. Fucked up, man. That combo is so stupid. Where this Baron ult just silences you. Like, fuck me. I don't know what to buy last.
We should wait to B5.
Probably want some cooldown.
What do you want to wait for? Is it doing right? This is the pyro at least.
Yeah, that's the power.
Grab secure.
I have some.
Just kill them if they walk
Kill
in.
a Hasbrat bigger than me.
Enemy spotted.
Go on this Baron, go on the Baron, go on the Baron.
Like a jaguar. Ooh.
Anyone there?
No problem.
I don't see anyone.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Let them. Left. What happened?
Enemy has been slain.
Order. Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
Help! I'm flying. Alright, buy me this. I got stuck on the wall and then pillared.
Victory.
I wonder if they can hit me in that state, or if I'm just CC'd to all hell. Because that would be fucked up. Let's fix this real fast. I'll take jungle third. That's fine. My urge to play something weird in solo is high, man. But if I do, like, everyone plays tanks now. It's gonna be so hard during the laning phase. I see my playlist has just gone off the playlist. Whatever, I guess I'll just let it run. What could be fun to play? I haven't done Poseidon in a while. Could maybe do Poseidon. Good old Lifebinder Poseidon. I don't really think it necessarily has a bad matchup. It's got decent self-peel. Good fight potential. It's also Zeus. But I think Zeus is actually good in solo, so I think it's a bit different. It's not very spicy. Maybe Giannis. I just now realized all the things I'm mentioning are mages. Maybe I just feel like playing mages. Only issue is that I'm usually first pick, so that results in me kind of not having the option of counter picking, which is a little weird when you are picking weird stuff. Oh, is this a dodge? We're picking or we're not picking? We're not picking, okay.
Select your god.
I guess I'm throwing up the tournament again then. Whatever. I need something to watch now. This is the wrong thing. Where is it? I hope the November 18 patch is a good one, because this shit is starting to suck. Yeah, well, we'll see how the balancing is looking on Friday, when they talk about it. We will see what they have in mind. But I mean, realistically, it's been sucking for a while. We're just hoping that it's gonna unsuck itself for a little while. So far, it's looking pretty rough, though. No, it's me. Well, I suck? That's okay, we don't need to talk about that. That's unrelated to the game. Oh, pretty? Thank you. We're all pretty in here. Beautiful fucking people. While I miss Thoth, I think he will be an absolute menace in Smite 2, with how much damage mages are doing. He will actually just one-shot you through a wall and you had no idea it was happening. Hope it will never come. It's gonna come eventually. But at least it's not on the radar right now.
Select your god.
What am I picking though? I still don't know what I'm picking.
Zeus.
I'll just play the Zeus. I feel like playing a mage, but if I'm first picking something, I need to know, like I don't want to pick, like, Poseidon without knowing what I'm into. Even if he doesn't necessarily have a terrible matchup. I'm just not in the mood. Oh. 2 shots. Third missed. Not a bad initiate, actually. Not bad, not bad. It probably can end unless they get more kills now. Dude, we basically have 5 mages on our team in this game. Neath? Assuming it's Neath mid. Yeah, it's Neath mid, so that's basically a mage. With 5 mages. Snipe. Nope. Close though. This tri-mage support meta is terrible. Every game is solo div because there's only like 5 of you who actually play solo anymore. Yeah, it goes for every role, I feel like. Support is another big one. You can clearly tell if this is a good support game. If there's only one support player in the game. And to be real, especially with jungle, you can clearly tell as if a jungle diff. You feel that fucking everywhere. I think support and jungle are the biggest ones. Even if I go in, I still do physical damage. Yeah, you do. It's just purely based on, like... I guess it's fun thinking about it. We just essentially have 5 mages on our team. Because, like, Agni also isn't, you know, quote-unquote technically a mage. When in the aspect, he is an ADC. But... our comp is a bit strange. It's not bad, though. And I'll be pretty tanky as well. It's not like I picked this to go full mage. That definitely ain't the case. Mage is straight ridiculous right now. I think that goes for most roles. I think the least, like, OP role in general, though, are, like, tanks, but at the same time, if it's the right character, Osiris, Bologna, you know, type shit, then yeah, they're also really OP, you know? Mages are really good. Like, we're kind of going in, like, from what I understand, Dota's balancing is like everything is broken as fuck. That feels like the kind of balancing that's happening in Smite 2. Everything is just broken as fuck. They reworked Aladdin and I'm mad. Wait, are they reworking Aladdin?
Minions have spawned.
That sounds bad, man. You might want to get that checked.
Yeah, that's what Smite does too, man. You know how it is.
Yeah, I do. They're reworking him? Aw, man. But he's the coolest character in the game. Surely there's some... Man, that sucks. I'm actually sad to hear about that. Is he broken? Yeah. But fucking hell, dude. He's one of the coolest designed characters. I hope their rework isn't something insane.
I'll put you down soon.
No problem.
Yo, missed my last auto. Tragic. Uller beats.
Retreat right lane.
Okay.
I don't know why I took the buff.
I'm probably gonna get ganked, I would imagine.
In right lane.
Can we kill the Baron here? Just all in him?
Nice.
Careful.
Yeah, finish him.
She bites.
The thing is, though, I feel like the main problem with reworking a character is it's like admitting that you can't balance it. I think that's kind of what I take out of it, which I think is really unfortunate because people. I don't know, I guess I don't know how popular he is. Maybe he's not popular at all. But the general consensus in high level play is that he's so cool. The fact that we need to rework him is sad. I
He's
think.
actually going on me, that's good.
Watch out.
I would like to do this. I just don't think I'm going to be allowed. Actually, it's fine.
Yikes. Up my sleeve.
Yeah, TP.
I'm on it, man. I can't help it.
So, the ladies love a man who could slay a fearsome beast. So uncivilized.
This build is pretty rough on the mana early game,
I've
so I
ult.
really do need my blue buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
One
Of
minion.
course he did.
You just flank around. Yeah, I'm out of one side.
They're both low here.
Dash from the brother.
It really sucks. I didn't think Fenrir was gonna be here,
Shall wash them away.
but we also have Scylla jungle, so like we can't really fight back at
Fucking
all.
passion is real.
Yeah. There's Uller and Fenrir beats, I'm pretty sure, and Fenrir ult.
Oh, it doesn't have beats.
Just the ult then. That really sucks. I lost a full wave for it too.
Your right tower is under attack.
Once again, going from this winning lane super hard to now behind
I'm getting life by now.
by a little bit. 400 gold behind, man.
Good luck.
It's tragic.
Watch out!
Enemy has been slain.
Curses.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy missing left.
The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast. So uncivilized. The ladies love a man who could slay a fearsome beast.
Oof. At least I didn't die this time.
No problem. Attack middle lane. The gold fury. Awesome.
Your
You can do
right
gold
tower
at this.
is under attack.
I think Arachne is one of the like
So.
interesting ones as well, because she's got like a best stat, I suppose. But both those two characters weren't really that popular before the reworks. And sure, there's a few people that will miss it, but for the most part, those characters were just they were boring and they didn't work very well in the game. So I think that those make sense. But I truly think like reworking Aladdin is not good for the game overall.
Just the gold.
The ace up my sleeve.
Okay.
We'll see how big the rework is, though. I don't want to doom it now, but I do think it's unfortunate that they feel like they need to rework it.
On my way. Defend middle lane.
Oh, you move like a
Attack
jaguar.
middle lane.
Can we do gold after waves?
That's too bad. That's too bad.
You're not that good.
Ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast.
Game. Right lane.
I got us to be more careful with that Fenrir ult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's time to get boar.
Flame. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
You move like a jaguar.
Can push tower if you want.
Right lane. On my way.
I think the Peter right.
I mean, this is kind of criminal at this point.
Wash them away.
That's insane.
Tower is under attack.
Also a cooldown diff, man. Legitimately, if I just had my 3 up a little earlier, I finish off the
Do you have
Uller.
TP?
Maybe I still die to the Cuckoo, but no.
I'll do it for you.
I mean, I hope when they say rework on the Aladdin, I hope they mean his ult specifically, so that you can just beat. That's the only issue. It's literally just that. Let you be able to beat it after you get hit by it, like a Nesha ult or a Mordred ult. It is the only thing that makes sense. It's how everything else has functioned in the entire game for the past 10 fucking years. Why is his different? Just fix that. Good players hate it because you can't react to it in like a balanced way. I guess slowly evil players just hate it because it's OP, but that's not going to change. They will always hate something that's OP. Dude, the amount of times I've seen someone scream about Mordred when he's really not that good is pretty insane. First, I mean, they're 1 HP again.
The Pyroman
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, I'll be okay once I finish the boar. Right now, I just can't do anything about the Fenrir ult. And Fenrir is just actually sitting on my ass. As he should,
Got TP,
probably.
right?
Yes. I'll stay out of love then.
It's fine, you don't need to come here. I can't play the game.
Yeah, they're sitting on me this whole time.
Okay. If they do it once it's a good rotation for me, I can rotate them and kill everyone.
Yeah, they usually
don't
get,
think we'll get my
away
rage.
with like 1 HP every time.
tower is under attack.
Dude. Surely we can fix that fucking Zeus chain lightning as well.
I mean, this Shiba's game is unplayable for him, he can't do anything.
I'll attack.
The fact that that doesn't reach so often is super annoying.
Wash them away.
And Cuckoo ages.
Shiba out.
Claim this area.
Be careful.
I just heard him jump.
Careful. On my Follow me.
Live now.
Stack mid.
I guess it was already up.
Destroyed a middle enemy.
Do you get out? Shiba's Aegis. Put it on the wall.
Enemy has been slain.
Ruler beats.
I'll attack.
Alright, I'm just gonna back before Fenrir shows up again. Get my boar. This also means I can chase him if he jumps.
Aegis.
Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, I doubt they will fully change how the ult... Like, they'll probably reuse some of it, I imagine, because they spend so much time on, I guess, making that ult in the first place.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
So it would be very unfortunate if they just had to scrap all of it.
Fire giant.
And he's not dead.
I can TP here after.
They got fucking demolished, but we can try. They're all 1 HP.
And we get FG if worst case.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack fire giant.
Just go after,
Your
guys, go after.
right tower is under attack.
At least I got 1 kill out of it. Sucks I get Finra as well. It's so not worth it for them to go for me.
I've still not been out, no ult.
Your right tower is under attack.
They do have healing.
Hold
I
up
could do
for-
brawlers, but
Destroyed the fire giant.
I definitely want cooldown. I think that's the big thing for me. Let's get Jim a focus, a little bit of movement speed.
Under attack.
Thanks.
I'm going
Sorry.
another right.
Attack.
On my way. Okay.
Until we meet again.
Victory.
Old now does more damage, and like, is this confirmed or is this leaks? I just want to make sure. Because I don't really want to go over leaks. I don't really support leaks in general. All confirmed? Okay. I'll trust you. Okay, if they discussed it themselves, then okay, that's fine. I feel like the main issue with Aladdin is just that if you get hit by the lamp, there is no counterplay to it. Like, you should be able to beat it after being hit, not pre-beat it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see it on Friday then. If they're talking about it more, or showing anything about it. Like, is the rework gonna be very soon? I didn't expect it to be that soon after them start talking about it. Hello, Hansen. Next patch, it sounded like? Damn. Okay. I'll just wait and see it then. I'll wait and see what happens.
Select your god.
I don't want to be first pick.
E-set.
Thank God. He wants the set. What do I play then? Maybe I can counterpick. Guess my guess is that his mid potential goes back up, but his jungle takes a significant hit. Yeah, I want to see it in action, because I think utility junglers are still like good. It all really comes down to your jungle clear, and I can't imagine him like having bad jungle clear, as long as his auto chain is the way it is. His auto chain is so good with Bumbus. We will see them. Potentially a Thor solo. I want to play Giannis. Janus.
Janus.
Janus. They said he's the most underperforming god outside jungle. I mean, I think that makes sense with with player base, like the top player base being so small, because he is pretty skill reliant. It's the same thing with Susano. I'm pretty sure Susano isn't doing very well in like casuals and stuff either, because he actually takes skill to use. But I think that's really cool. Like, surely we have some skill-dependent gods in the game. Like, I recently started playing more Susano because I think it looks so cool when you're good at it. Like, and I would call myself a pretty high-level player. But even I looked at a character that I wasn't playing very much and saw people being really good at it, and I was like, holy shit, I wish I could do that. That's the type of feeling I wish they would just sometimes let people have, instead of making everything easy to use. I never look at like let's say an Artemis and say, holy shit, I wish I could play Artemis that well, when you don't really do anything on that character outside of just pressing their abilities in the right order. Most people can learn that. Or like Osiris, or shit like that. I suppose with Osiris there is like a certain aspect of like being like skill shotting with the one, sure, but whatever. You get the point. So his skill gap is way higher than other skillful gods. And I could see it. Like, Aladdin has a lot of tools available to him. Like, you can also very clearly tell like a good Merlin from a bad Merlin, you know? Poseidon. I mean, because of Thor, I think I need beats, but not having Aegis into Poseidon might actually cost me.
Very well then.
I'll never perform on Merlin for some reason. Maybe you're just bad at it, Dutch. Have you thought about that, huh? Maybe you're bad at it. But that's okay. I think it's cool to have something to practice towards and just, and learn. I think that shit's great. It will very much show on my part when Cocoon comes out in Smite 2. Because when he comes out, I will be complete shit at that character. Because I don't know how to play him. Me bad, never. I'm always the best. And I think it's a lot of reason why I like Thanatos as well right now. He's also pretty, like...
Okay.
He definitely has a... Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm so shit. Speaking of shit, I missed the fucking minion. Like, Thanatos, I'm having so much fun with him in solo as well, because he's somewhat skill dependent. All his damage comes from hitting a pretty skillful ability. And when you do that, and if you actually pull it off, it feels really nice. It's very fun. And I'm not gonna lie, bro. Right now, there are not that many skill gods in solo that are actually like the top. We're talking like Bellona, Osiris, Yorm. Dude, none of these characters require a whole lot of skill. So yeah. Rand over. I gotta focus on this very difficult lane.
Enemy missing.
Yes.
He aegis? Okay. Poseidon aegis.
Coming left, Thor to come. Let's go to Artemis.
Enemies in middle lane. Left lane. Enemies in the right jungle. Cancel that.
A new threshold.
Don't know where the jungler is. I mean, one of the best examples right now is Mulan. Mulan is a character right now that performs very well in casuals, but obviously not very well in high-level play. Because she is really simple as fuck to use, and pretty powerful at it. If, like, at a very surface level, she is good.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I imagine Osiris is probably in the same position. They're just really easy to use and very easy to have a lot of impact on those characters. He's in lane now.
Okay.
I'm out of mana as
I
well.
might walk the blue.
Oh, easy run.
I don't think it matters. If you walk him, we kill him, I think. Wait, did you
Total.
board or did he board?
Enemy spotted.
Okay, 4 people left.
Did you throw a speed or something?
He was at purple. I don't know.
Poseidon's coming too.
Enemy spotted.
He'll be fine, he's going down. Might be going to red though.
Yeah, that's this Kraken, I think. I'm coming. We can kill him.
Sages.
Wash them away.
Attack the Gold Fury.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
That's too bad.
This should be a blast.
Boo, Dutch.
A new
He might struggle. Like, I'm getting pretty big here. Wait, why have I heard this song before? Wait, it's Kaijun level 8, isn't it? I like this song.
Be careful left.
I won't be dual side this game, by the way.
An enemy has been slain.
You see him?
Ultimate is ready.
Be right back.
No, maybe on the backs.
Too bad.
Enemy spotted.
I saw his back animation. Maybe he backed all the way back in the tower. So he might have a ward.
It's fine, just get away.
He's in tower now.
Barry, no hit, nor no rules, by the
See
way.
where he walks. He's going to his backs, I think.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm coming.
All you.
An enemy has been slain.
Go ulting
I
in.
do believe I'm over.
Cut away, cut away.
Enemy spotted. On my way. Enemy
The way open.
Yeah, I should be out.
Enemy spotted.
enemy spotted.
Boss is here.
Enemy missing left.
Sol is still here.
The way is open.
That's boss Aegis. I'm gonna back.
Ultimate is ready. Attack!
I'm gonna grab this before I back. A little bit of greed. Should be okay. He's not that healthy.
He's
So.
coming there.
I'm coming mid, can we fight it?
Attack! Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Sol doesn't have Aegis.
Down.
Gold body.
Maybe with that.
At this point, I don't even know if I want to go Bogoth. I have to, probably, because of the mana region, but I was 7 just to go into a Deso instead.
Cracking down.
A new pressure.
Roll down.
Curse my body, I wasn't fast enough.
Oh man, double tap fucking hurt. Holy moly.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Ulting for you.
The rain shall wash them away.
I'm on the way.
On my way.
Completed.
Ally has been slain.
Completed.
I was walking up.
This poor Poseidon is getting so camped. I would feel bad.
Enemy has been slain.
As Aegis.
But he's also just playing Poseidon into an incredibly hard matchup. Like Susano can just kill him so easily. Granted, I also would 1000% go Lightbinder on Poseidon. I don't think he functions in solo without it.
A new pressure.
You need that self-sustain.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
A new pressure.
Also,
Weird lag spike I got in the middle of that, but I'll leave the rocks on the ground for you here if you want them.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
Victory.
Wait, why does this look so off? There we go. Wait, why does it look off? It's so small on my screen. Oh, huge chain lightning actually. the last one alive, though. Not much you can do there. So many fire minions as well.
God.
Thanatos.
I'll do a Thana game. Wonder how much Amma's win rate will drop now. Does she have a high win rate? This might be an aspect game for a change of pace. We'll see what I go against first, though. If it's Odin, I'm just gonna go damage. Because I won't be able to play the game regardless. And it's a dodge. It's none of it you don't get to play. Actually, how is the SR looking today? I haven't checked. Did have a losing streak earlier. I guess we won it back a little bit. Yeah, 3 wins now. 3 losses into 3 wins. Sounds about right. It's a little too slow for this. But where am I? I started in like a rock. What is this? Oh, I guess that works. I also, speaking of characters and like reworks, not necessarily a rework, but the Daji ult change I actually think is really good. Because before it felt like it was just budget Ares ult, in a way. I think the way they're fixing it now actually is really cool. I'm not gonna lie. I like it more. I don't hate it. I watched the Titan talk on how the ult is now. Earlier today. Oh yeah, I guess it's finished now. What's next? What do we got? Scholar Scarabs versus Camelot Kings. Okay. I have no fucking idea who anyone is. I still think she's gonna be Beats Burner God though. When does the picks and bans start? That's what I'm here for. Oh yeah, I mean, okay. Wait, why is it essentially the EU boys going against the EU boys here? I didn't realize Eye Silenced was still playing at this point. Yeah, the only name I don't recognize is Quig, which I only can imagine is an NA player. Isn't that iReffer? I imagine that's their coach then. I haven't seen Reffer much. I think that's Reffer. I also don't know if I can stream tomorrow. Actually, wait, it's Thursday today. I cannot stream tomorrow. It's fucking... Yeah, it's Thursday today. Shit. You know, I'll go a bit longer then. Because I won't be able to stream during the whole weekend. Because I'm going to Comic-Con. And I'll just be probably too exhausted to even want to play. This might to be real. Just be walking around a lot. And I'll have a friend over, that's also another reason. Would be rude. We banned Thana? No, dude! Alright, you're getting Yorm then. I straight up almost dodged because I didn't know what to pick, man. I don't even want to play Yorm. What else would I have picked? I almost picked Susano as well, but that would have been a terrible idea. I don't know, maybe I would have played something like Chuck. Like a damage Chuck. I haven't done a damage Chuck in a little while. That might be fun. I was supposed to have started my stream a lot earlier today, but I woke up late. It feels like I've been streaming for longer than I actually have. But I'll probably go until like 8. Do I want Sunder? I don't think so. I might need beats this game. It's either going beats or blink.
Fortune favors the curious, my dear.
I think I'm gonna go beats, because Ymir is gonna pose a problem for me late game. See, Yorm is a good pick, because Dapting picked the Wheelix. At least I have a knock-up character now. We have quite a few knock-ups in this team.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, wait, what? Hecate? I thought it was gonna be Nim.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing, middle. Okay.
Slow as fuck, clear.
I think I can gank this one.
It's Hecate, so probably, yeah.
Enemy missing, middle.
Can't blink on it.
Careful, left.
I'm gonna see her.
Enemy missing, middle.
I'm gonna jump on the cutter.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming back.
I'm dead. Where is it at? Thought my minions would be a bit stronger.
Yeah, it's all good.
Be right back. On my way. Be careful. Completed.
Next time
Fuck,
I
Nemesis
will
here.
devour you whole.
You're on the buff.
Wash them away.
Retreat.
Ally has been slain.
Be right back.
Be careful. Retreat, retreat.
The mess will have
Careful, left. Enemy
Your
missing
right
middle.
tower is under attack.
It's looking pretty rough so far. Duo is definitely struggling.
The enemy
Does
team
he have
has
beads?
destroyed the Gold Fury.
I think so, yeah. I didn't use them when I went in.
I can maybe try and go on him quickly here. You reach? That's beats. Can I knock up?
No, just came up. Hey, bags.
Careful, left.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm still
Enemy
here.
missing middle.
He goes up, I want. Huge.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful. Enemy missing middle.
The knockup is huge in the aspect as well, I didn't realize.
I didn't even realize you have aspect.
People are telling me it's better, so I gotta find out.
Yeah, they're doing my speed. The side is fucked.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, left.
Looking for them.
The rain shall wash them away.
will have to wait.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
And I'm not dash for a bit.
Time to make an impact.
He's behind us. Just get out, Sol.
Be right back. Out of mana.
It sucks that I lost blue, trying to get the Sol out.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Well, aggressive, yes, I would expect the Nemesis to still be here, but
They're on gold.
Defend the Gold Fury!
Sweeping you away, one spell
Just gonna use the same build. I don't want to go for magic defense. Nemesis will just fuck me up too fast.
Your middle tower
And I'm not really too afraid of the Hekate, as long as I'm not lazy back.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Do you hit tower in left? I can kill him.
Enemy has been slain.
Well, then gold.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I don't even know if the play is for me to go for any defense against this. And that's tough, because they have two mages. I would have liked to just ignore magic defense. But
Help, middle lane.
I'll come in mid here to see if we can do something.
Obligate going left. Yeah, but okay. Kill this guy. I'm staying on him.
Wash them away.
Be right back. Retreat. Fire giant.
Just got pyro. I'm dead here.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Retreat. Okay.
That's tough. I think I just gotta go for the mitigation build. Try and be the best tank I can be.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think we just kind of got a weird match here.
Attempting
Your right
to.
I think it's a surrender angle. I don't want to play through this. We just don't have any teammates, it feels like.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not to mention we
Panic.
when picks, that's gonna be hard to carry with.
Okay.
Guess someone doesn't want to surrender though. I don't really see us winning this. Look, it's just way too one-sided. The only lane winning was mine, and it's not really like in a situation. Dude, why is he doing my blue? In a situation where I can just carry on this pick, not very easily anyway. Because they have Nemesis.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
I mean, the lead I did have is fucking gone. Yeah, point in case. Maybe I just leave my lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
The bigger they are,
Like a jaguar. Yes. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has left the game. Your left tower is under attack.
Oh no, man. No. We're stuck in this longer now. I guess it's time to just pick damage solos. It's either pick damage solos or play a different role. If we're gonna get games like this. This is so one-sided. Granted, most of it is coming from the duo lane. I suppose Saul didn't really necessarily do bad, but I don't know how he's so far behind. How is he level 12? Even being behind, like surely you can still just farm. So that still tells me something. Because 5 level difference when only have 2 deaths is very strange. And I'm just playing a big target into people that are really fat. And I'm still the highest level on my team, so that's the situation we're in. We should just surrender. And as I just said in game chat too, it's fine to have bad games, but like I hate when people don't surrender as a result of it. Like just get out. It's fine. Otherwise we're just being kept hostage. And that shit ain't fun. I don't even have Sunder this game. So like
Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has returned.
guess we don't want to fight for this.
The enemy team has
And
destroyed
they're still getting gold, dude. Their ADC was not even here. Okay.
Middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack. Shifting sides.
What is this game? This is just teams that don't want to surrender in a game that is very clearly lost.
Ally has been slain.
Curses. Your right tower is under attack.
Immortal, like me.
And somehow Saul is level 14 or 13 in this game too. how this happened. We just don't have a dual lane. They just died a lot. Sylvanas is 0 and 9. The Onher was, for the most part. Now he's 2 and 8. Nemesis got fed. Nemesis started running around. I mean, my Sol is, as already mentioned, he's not dying that much. He just isn't farming. He's level 14. Granted, I guess most people are 14 at this point, but...
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I mean, I'll just report them, I guess.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Just let them end. Let them do it. It's one of those games that makes adapting in stream, yeah. I mean, it's something that makes me want to hit my stream as well. Let's see. I don't even know what to say about this game, actually. I'll play mid. I'll play some Kokolkin or something. Don't blame you. Watching paint dry sounds more fun than that game. It happens sometimes. Like I just wish people would just press like F7. It's completely fine. Literally the best players in the fucking world have bad games. It happens. The frustrating part just comes when people refuse to surrender. Like some people are just like, no, let's not do that. I'm a pretty big F7 warrior if I see a chance that there is a possibility of a comeback. But that was not in this game. You could clearly tell they just had better players in most of the roles in this game. And we had bad gods. It was a comp diff and a player diff in most of the lanes. It was so far behind there was no comeback potential. Like even in my case, I was pretty fed on Yorm, but you know why that didn't matter? It's because they had Nemesis, and I just get Nemesis ulted and just get shit on because all my protections are being taken away. If it wasn't for a Nemesis, I probably could have, maybe would have been able to. I might have been able to carry because I could rely on being tanky. But yeah. I would hate watching paint dry. I think that's the joke too. It's because it is so unfun, but that game right there was potentially more unfun than even that. It is so horrendously boring to watch paint dry. Hence the shout out to it. I'll still ban the Osiris. I don't want to see this character in my games. Unless I'm playing it myself.
Select your god. Kukulkan. I wake
Kukulkan.
from my slumber.
It's set open. I don't want to play a set. A set's way more disgusting than Kukulkan. Yeah, I think maybe we don't shorten the snake's name. That's dangerous. I really like this ban system so much more too. The 3 bans on each side, then we pick 3 gods each, and then we get another 2 bans. I still think that's the best ban system there is. It is more fun and competitive though, because the last few bans are used as like counter banning, either counter banning or target banning, which I think is always the coolest part. Probably wouldn't function as well in ranked though. Cuckoo? I can call him Cuckoo. That works. Just a little bit of Cuckoo. Oh, Herc's old face. I forgot about that. Is this a Beast game? It feels more like an Aegis game than a Beast game, but at the same time, if I get plucked or Janus portaled, I'm just kind of fucked.
Minions have spawned.
I did forget to swap my ward here.
I'm not with you.
I'm fine.
Nice. Is he going for the back? So?
He's in the oracles. He might go backs afterwards.
Be careful, right?
Probably kill this guy.
No bots on solid.
Fabuloso!
Nice job.
Your right tower is under attack.
You can maybe come if you want.
Sure. I'm here.
They ward you.
I'm back.
Enemy spotted.
Imagine talking shit. I wasn't really taking it as him talking shit.
I'm coming in mid if they're going in. Oh, what the fuck?
Maybe fuck just wrong.
Shark at fire pit.
It's all you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I was hoping he was gonna maybe juke back into it. No, that is all done. I got greedy. Man, I'm fucking around too much. I was trying to bait him a bit. That's bad. Not ideal.
Your middle
We
tower
can
is
do
under
replica.
attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
You can secret.
Sure.
May I say how refreshing it is to see someone try?
I'm coming duo side.
Right, stop, we can fight.
Yeah, fight it.
Jungle one left.
No dash on Rama.
There goes.
Your right tower is under attack.
Fraction of my strength! Tempest fury!
Maybe go gold, no?
I'm backing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's probably a bit risky with Bari when we all poked. Smells like a Quadra.
Someone did this. They did the rocks, I think.
Yeah, Shaq did them.
Sounds like someone wants
Your left tower is under attack.
It has been nice. Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower
Let's
is
get one
under
word
attack.
here. I feel a little vulnerable. Don't know why. They can't really go on me that easily. With a Bari jungle.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
There's the buff up. I'm going.
They're coming right. Just get the kill and get out.
An enemy has been slain.
Rock.
Yes.
Your
Someone's
left
around.
tower is under
Enemy
attack.
missing left.
No idea what it Shaq, by the way.
Thanks.
Enemy spotted.
Coming left. Okay. Maybe fight him.
I can TP on top left. Don't. Yeah, top left.
I'm here.
Still have ult.
I'm going.
They're running me down. That's Bari ult, so big ult, Janus ult.
They're going gold, maybe.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have ult. They don't gold yet.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Gank right lane.
The wave's still alive.
Good words.
Just this.
Shit. Still the lead on Janus at least.
Ground or tenderized. You smell rotten. Are you sure you're not expired?
Coming for rocks.
They're going to you, Sobek going to you.
Yeah, I'm backing off.
You can kill him.
You can look for it.
Okay. I think I'm dead.
I'm dead as well.
Are you?
No, they just all went on me. Once again.
Your ferocity will not soon be forgotten. This beast returns to the sands.
No, Dungeons.
That can't be right. There has to have been two of them. Alright, I'm gonna sit back a bit more. I'm definitely playing too aggressive. I really wanted that kill on Sobek. And he didn't even die because he has. Actually, oh, he's a Burial. I was like, did he fucking ages me? But no, it's just the Burial. That makes more sense. I didn't think he had ages. About to crash out.
Your right tower is under attack.
They ain't coming, right?
Fight that, fight it.
They are going.
I'm coming from base.
I'm TP.
Just look for cage maybe.
Giannis is gonna rotate.
Saki's here as well. Saki's here as well.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh fuck. Hey, Geese Drama. Oh, what buddy ult.
Like, how are you guys so fucking weak in duo?
Your right tower is under attack.
They're going gold.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
I will go direct.
Guess I'm dead because they're still here. Why am I running up? I need to fucking stop this. I'm kind of trolling this game with my positioning.
Back on left jungle.
I knew I should have just gotten beats instead.
We kill left.
Actually, wait. Surely Necronomicon is good on Cuckoo. It gives mana too.
Why are we not playing on Rondorama?
He's really strong, isn't he?
I mean,
Your
you have a
middle
fucking
tower is
cage.
under attack.
Behind Suki.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
He went below.
Where's he?
Enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, bro, like... So big by shackles.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
They're going mid, watch out. Nobody ult. No Chakul.
They all ulted, but they're coming mid.
Maybe we can fight it.
Where are they?
I'm just gonna get Mintar.
Middle enemy tower.
I do not have ult.
Back on mid?
More beats.
Try to live. Right to left, using Rama.
Chuck no ult.
They're gonna go
They may
fire
go
here.
fire.
They
Yeah,
will
I can
definitely
do
go
my
fire.
Rama was also there. Oh, never mind.
No, Rama. Come on, right.
Okay.
They pull on Pyro.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I was sure they were just gonna go fire. But I guess they...
Left. I don't know if they're going fire.
Your right tower is under attack.
Chuck no ult.
Wanna try something?
I'm gang right.
Someone just did red like 10 seconds ago.
Rama's
Oh,
They're TPing
Rama's
left.
TPing?
They're TPing left.
Okay. I will give up that one.
Pulled up in 20.
Your left
I
tower
need vision
is
for
under
Pyro,
attack.
etc. They might
Your
put
left
Pyro
tower
RFG.
has been destroyed.
Sobek's there. Sobek's there.
Enemies in left lane.
I don't see them.
There's
Coming,
portal. I will kill Sobek.
We can.
Shag here.
Right there, all limit.
I mean, just give this. We're not all in it.
Let's go farm Suki.
Go for this.
Can we
please.
engage?
Oh. I'm taking their phone, just play chill. Don't do anything. Is it fireable?
Shell.
No shell, no ult.
Janus ult.
Sobek.
I'm waiting here. Don't fight. Live if you can.
I'm dead.
I'm almost there, I can go in here.
They're all super low.
No ult on body, no ult on body, no bits on body.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Ah,
Ah,
There is no escape.
They're just diving here. Guys, can we just not fight? Like, that's the one call we're making.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
This just really sucks, because I can't play because we don't have
oh
any
my
setup
God,
for me.
I'm not listening, or what? Like, why did we start fighting? I'm getting everything in right side.
Yeah, I don't really want to fight either. I just want to farm because I keep getting shit on every single fight. They're just running me down because we don't have any appeal in this team comp.
Enemies at the gold.
I mean, this Rama is turbo fed, like... And we don't have Spectral against, like, Double Hunter.
Yes, we do.
We do now.
Ultimate is ready.
Just back off, they're gonna...
I'm gonna defend this shit. I'm coming.
Completed. Enemy missing.
They leached them. Okay, dudes. Rama's 1 HP.
HP Rama.
My bad, I guess I'm just gonna sit on my Phoenix.
Wash them away.
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
How am I 2-7, man? I trolled too much in the beginning of this game, and now I'm paying for it because I shouldn't have been that far behind here.
No, Don Janus.
What is ambition, guys? Otherwise, that's gonna keep happening.
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Since they're above less patches in most high-level mids go either Chronos Necro or Thoth Necro, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's very powerful right now, because you don't lose all the stacks on death. I gained a stack at least, because I got an assist after I died. W. I'm dying too much for having built Necronomicon. Let's just put it that way.
We should try to kill this 6 Necro guy.
Be right back.
I'm so unsafe no matter where I go.
Shaco left. They're coming.
1 HP and so
I got
bad.
fucking Janus ulted.
Janus.
He's glitched in.
I need to back on 1 HP.
Yeah, just leave it.
Yeah, one.
I feel like I'm in a safe position, but it doesn't matter.
Enemy has been slain.
Well, all beats.
I'm really low. Fucking.
I'll poke Ram a little bit, he's like half HP. Yeah, they're defending it, I can't get in.
Ah, that's too unfortunate.
I gotta just farm. I think I'll be okay once I have Rod online. And potentially level 20. Just this whole game so far, I just feel like I've been behind. And I can't poke the front line in front of me enough as a result of it.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ward the fire giant.
Do we get vision?
They're not on it. Let me go now.
They're grouping.
Boris and Rain.
I mean, we can take a fight now.
Yeah.
That's 4 only there.
So much for him, dude. We fight this, we fight this.
Help.
That's really bad position.
Enemy has been slain.
Shaco dead.
Contra.
Heal.
Wash them away.
Boreal done.
Top. We pull FG.
I'll attack.
I will.
I have Thunder.
We don't have Thunder. We don't have one beating.
I don't have ult for
Just
those.
have no ult.
There's vision here. There's vision here.
And Shaq still have blink, by the way.
Go Jack.
Holy.
I fucking knew I was almost gonna die for this shit. That was definitely a strange
I'm
fight
gonna
they
fail.
took. Getting Rama out instantly and from the beginning of the
Your
fight.
team
Which one was that?
destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Got some good stacks at least on the
Fury.
Necronomicon now.
Difficult, I guess.
Sure, I'll grab the mid thing though.
Yeah. I want to take the speed here.
So big bar mid.
I'm over.
Just careful mid guys, because we're not good.
Yeah, I'm not risking my life for this. But they're not pushing it anyway.
Be right
Group
back.
up.
Enemy spotted.
Someone is there, Kara.
There's so much down here.
Yeah, Rama, watch out. He's alone.
They're coming right.
He back.
Enemies have returned to base.
I'm backing for full
Get
rod
gold, I
here.
guess, quickly. I can pull gold, I think.
Yes.
I don't have Thunder for 13.
Take the speed on the way. Just push up, right, left, I'll push mid quickly.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Get in my item. I'm over.
Gust of judgment.
Enemy spotted. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I'll clear mid. Keep pushing right, guys. The 6 on FG, we can try to siege. Just get a cage to force shell.
Okay.
No shell.
Yeah, they shall.
Fury.
We try to get mid or Barry alone on mid. We
Just
can.
go ahead.
The pyro.
Janus ult.
Ram ulting.
Holy.
Pushing right.
Enemies have returned to base.
Get out, I guess.
Have ult in 10.
Guess my ult just missed everyone. That is unfortunate.
Just get vision for FG. I'm forming for Asher. Don't split to me, please.
Walk the fire giant.
This game feels extra hard just because we don't have any peeling, so I just always have to be at a safe distance, which is a bit unfortunate. I would like to be a bit more aggressive. into the Januspari type thing, because I need to one-shot them back. If they ever go on me, I can't really just run away unless I have
Turn the pyro.
the perfect tornado.
I'm on the way.
Janus.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
I can maybe solo gold. Just stay around fire, please. I'm gonna try to solo it. Can one guy come to me quickly?
They're pulling fire.
Get out in it.
Yeah, just get up it.
Rama. Janus
Just
ult.
get up.
If you guys live, we can take a fight after.
Let's see,
Shai's
Janus
gonna-
down, Rommel down. They will try to look for a pick, careful guys.
That's pluck.
We'll try something.
Okay. Wait, Rama! Fuck down. Put together, guys, put together.
I think I got him.
Nice. It's only Janus alive. You guys
Janus.
just back in FG, just back in FG. It's completely free FG.
Bro,
Fully
Janus got
stacked.
out and Rama got in. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can, two portals can happen at once in this game for some reason. Suki, just tank it. I have
Yeah,
two
it is
people left.
intended. If you take it at the same time, they go both through.
You will need to secure it, by the way. Don't have thunder. I have ult if you want.
Stay away from the wall. Stay away from the wall.
I don't have my ult just yet.
How much on your ult?
15 seconds.
Stop hitting it once it's
Hit
below
here.
1k.
He's ulting.
Janus.
Go on him.
He's out, just
no.
get it now.
Shave him, shave him.
Yeah, chase him, chase him. You guys can cut him off. Nice.
Nice.
Just push left.
My fully stacked Necronomicon. I don't want to die.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Good push here.
Enemy Phoenix.
You can just get pyro now. If we get here too quickly actually, and then pyro.
Be careful left.
Yes. Swift as cosmic winds.
Janus is back.
Janus coming, yeah.
Just get this
Wait,
guy.
sorry.
Take this, okay. Slow, very slow.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Janus no ult.
Oh, we got both of us got hit. Just region up.
Should wait for the left minions.
We can just get this. We can get this and it's super free. We get that. I'll do pyro meanwhile. Get gold.
Come on, I will go gold.
The night is ending anyway, just go to gold.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Janet's was on right.
I'll go say hi to him.
Okay, do I get us off?
Be right back. Your
I think
team
we just push here, guys. I think we just push. We have set this actually. We can Phoenixes.
I
He's
have
running down here.
Double chase.
Get all to the lane.
He's coming to you. Coming to you.
Okay.
Nice.
Why can't one shot you though? Body on left.
I'm definitely doing good damage. As long as I can actually hit my shit. Now that I'm a full build as well. Even better.
No.
Let's group up. I'll just
I'm
push
away.
mid. I'll push.
I can big in.
I'll push mid at the same time.
Just be careful, I'm still not there, boys. It's a 4v4.
Oh, go Phoenix.
We should just get it for free with your belt.
Ow, what the fuck? Ram all down.
Let's get the Phoenix this one.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Roman obits.
Holy.
You just have to try and run. Chuck is slow chasing
Yeah,
you.
I'll just run.
Jan chases you.
You're out if you straight line.
God damn, that was way too close. If they get me there, that's potentially game winning.
They may trust. They may try to rush.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, they're looking for a pick first now,
It's
so
up
please careful.
You guys just have to wait for animations. If we see animation, you can try to play up. There, on it.
Darn it. I don't have beat.
He's starting K. I have TP when I spawn. Odin's coming as well. Just stop. We just end the game, I guess. We don't even need to do FG, just end.
Sure.
Or do FG, I guess.
He blinked by the way.
I have a fully stacked Necronomicon, I do so much damage to them. They just got one shot.
Yeah, I wasn't in the fight.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix.
Holy. GG boys.
GG.
Jeez. I was definitely trolling too much in the beginning of this game.
Victory.
Alright, I'll do one more if adapting is still playing, otherwise I'll probably end it here as well. Let's see. Looks like he is still going. Or not. Alright, yeah, he's done. Alright, I'll end it here as well. I was gonna leave in like 15 minutes or so anyway, but I was gonna fit in one more game if he was still interested. I'll stop for now then. I think I made literally 0 progress today. I probably lost a little bit of SR, assuming that I lost more than I gained. But I think I went 4-4. Yeah, 4-4. I definitely had some bad games today, I will say. It wasn't terrible, but I definitely had some really, really bad games. And made a lot of bad plays. But thank you guys, I really appreciate you sticking by as usual. And yeah, I'll see you guys at some point during the next week, because I won't be streaming in the weekend. So yeah, thanks guys, bye.